look at that. You can see the rain falling out of those clouds. So if those clouds move over to us, it'll start raining again. That is impressive. That's something I really love here. Nice. Right, so Dublin, Ratnaff. So secondary flight plan, we don't have that yet. Then we'll do. Then we'll do. Then we'll do. Then we'll do.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Flying with Mike. Today, we're going to be flying one of my favorite airlines, North American. Unfortunately, no longer flying in the country, but when it did, I just loved seeing it come into the airport. So we're going to continue on. We are up in Seattle, Washington, getting ready to head up to Anchorage. Thoughts came across last night at work of flying to Osan out of here nonstop today. And I'm just not feeling an 11-hour flight, so I chose we'll cut her off in Anchorage and then head on over sometime here soon. It's still I think it's 9 hours, 8, 9 hours, something like that. So, but anyway, here we are, 767-300ER extended range. We're going to have about 234, I believe, is our loadout. Yep, 234 people. We have 2,700 pounds of cargo we're going to also take with us below up to Anchorage. So for now, thank you. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. Let's hop up into the cockpit here, or otherwise known as the office, and let's get to work. Okay, up here you can already see that we've got the batteries on. We're on external power or APU. We'll find out here momentarily. Basically, we're in a turnaround mode, if you will. We're just waiting for things to happen on the ground, get our inspections done, get the FMC set up so we can blast off for Anchorage. But first, let's take a look at this flight, shall we? Hang on a second here. Lost my place on things. There we go. I'm gonna be bringing up Sim Toolkit. Actually, I have to resize it. Hang on a second here. It was set up basically for sometimes what I'll do in flight is show the airplane outside and Sim Toolkit map running, nearby, so you have an idea where we are. But now, let's put it right there. Let me get that over here. There we go. And so now we're back to the normal size. And you can see basically in little itty bitty print up here our route, which is the Banger 9. If you do an exclamation route, you'll get it in the chat room. But it's a simple route. I'm going to be typing it in. Just kind of ran out of time there getting things set up. So we'll get her put in, get her going here momentarily. But for the loadout, we'll go to the load sheet. Dispatch has handed us a payload of 51,840 pounds and said, get it to Anchorage. That's what we're going to do. So that's going to put us with 234 people, like I said, and our zero fuel weight then comes up to the number right above. So fuel-wise, we're going to run with 40,985 pounds. Looks like that's a good number to work with. Cost index, as you can see, is 25, and our cruise is 36,000. So we are on VATSIM. We're going to go on VATSIM and hope for the best that weather and controllers do as what we're planned on here. Real quick on the flight plan, you got the basic information up top here. We're looking at 1,200 air miles, average wind of 167 at 43. So we got a stiff, kind of pushing wind. So that's going to kind of help us here as well. Here's our aircraft, 767, 300ER, and the engines. Coming down, now here's our estimated weights. Again, there's our zero fuel weight that we're putting on, our estimated landing weight, and our estimated takeoff weight. Estimated because dispatch can't plan how many airplanes end up in front of us to get on 3-4 right. So we are going to continue. We're just going to get going here momentarily. There's our flight level again. Alternate is Kenai, which is about 70-ish miles southwest of Anchorage. It's a lot of airlines use it. I was shocked at the number of airlines that use it as an alternate, but it is what it is. Oh my goodness, sorry about that, folks. Early call this morning at work. The airline decided, well, has been for the last couple of months, needing to get an airplane in at 7 o'clock in the morning. So that means we have to be up there 5 in the morning to get things ready to go for the people wanting to go out and the people coming in on the plane. So welcome to working at an airport. So anyway, here's our fuel breakdown. Again, 40,985. That's the big takeaway here with the block fuel. We're going to plan a reserve of, oh, did I misread that? 9.7. Hang on a second. I had us down at 12. Okay, there we go. Everything's back in line. All right, I've got a cheat sheet that I run just in case. And then more data. Here's our route. Here's our route to Kenai if we need it. Here's our overall route from Seattle to Anchorage. Then we come down to our times. We're not going to make 16:55, folks. Just, I don't think so. Unless you want to wait till tomorrow. We've already passed it. So we can skip over them. But again, the takeaway is 3 hours, 25 minutes. That's what the estimate is. And then our weight breakdown. From here on down, it's then the flight route, weather, and so forth. So, but over here, you can also get that same information. Here's all of our fixes, rounding down to Anchorage. Okay, and as you can see, it's a Pacific Northwest day. It's raining. So that hopefully, not a lot of thunderstorms involved, but hopefully the rain itself will help in the firefighting efforts out there. All right, so let's move this show onto the road here. So away with you, Sim Toolkit. All right, so let's get in here. Victor V35. We are going to be flight level 360, Anchorage. Flight level 360 is what we're going to be running at. We're going to be in the, like you've seen it, the 767 and PANC in case you need it. So awesome. Look for you on the tarmac here. I'm out and around the I want to say, let me just see if my chart will be nice. A1213 on the chart. I forget what it was in X-Plane when I loaded up. So, but let's get moving here, folks. We got a 3-hour flight ahead of us, so we've already, like I said, done the power up. So we've got our GPU fuel truck chocks. The jetway is to the plane already. Doors open. Passenger, cargo, and fuel is set. We've clicked maintenance. We've optimized the CG. And you're going on those last things going, huh? Hang on a second. All right, basically, with the Flight Factor 767, you get this nice little tablet that comes with it, the EFB, Electronic Flight Bag. And all of that stuff I listed off, chocks, LSU, loaders, that's your baggage loaders, GPU, ground power unit, fuel truck, gate configuration. What that is you have 2 configurations, especially with this airline. But it's not airline dependent, it's aircraft, so don't worry about that. You have gate configuration, which means you get a jetway. So if you have a jetway and you can connect, there's the route you want to go. If you're at an airport, we'll just go with like Innsbruck, which you could probably get this plane in there, but it probably isn't designed for it. But you're going to have stairs to get the people off and on, not jetways. So then you use the stairs. ACU is the air conditioning unit. Loader unit, they put a loader unit back by the bulk cargo door. It's not needed, uh, but it's available if you want to use it. And then also, if you're doing stairs, you need to click bus because the people can't get to the plane unless they're on the bus. And no, it's not the short bus. But anyway, here's the maintenance button that I mentioned. Here's the optimize CG. All we have to do is click load and unload. But before we do, let's take a little deeper look here. PAX number, that's everything on the passenger version is pretty self-explanatory. It's when we go to the cargo is when it gets a little on the wonky side, if you will, because things are preset. I mean, things are preset here. The passengers are 210 pounds to include their luggage. So you don't have to plan that in SimBrief or Professional Flightplanner like I do. So you use the additional information to get you up to the zero fuel weight. Cargo weight is just that. The cargo you're putting on. What I use it for is I'll put in my passengers. It only takes 235 people, folks. So I put in the number of people I want. Subtract that from the, I'm sorry, whatever the zero fuel weight is here, I subtract that from the goal, which in this case was 254,240. So I'll subtract it out. Whatever that number is, I stick it in cargo. That way we match. Pretty simple, hopefully things, mash up just right, between the two. Then all we got to do is click load. Oh, and then don't forget your fuel. And on our case, 40,985. Click load, unload. Loading the plane. Please wait. Well, we are going to wait. We have to wait for him to get on, but we're going to get going and get this plane going so we can try and get in the air here in the next 35, 40 minutes. Okay, so we've already gone through, like I said, what I call the power up. It's actually in the checklist I have from Flight Factor, the Flight Factor 767 300 ER checklist. So that's what we're going to work from. Now, when we power up, we basically first got to make sure the plane is in a good condition, meaning let's make sure the parking brake's on. Let's make sure those throttles move, because folks, if they don't move, we don't move. We don't have to worry about trim yet. Then we're going to come up, make sure the landing gear is down. Now, when it's in a cold and dark, you're not going to see any of this. And then we're going to come up top and make sure the wipers are off, and they're right here. Folks, you want a good laugh? Watch the train cars. It cracks me up every time. How they aren't connected the whole time. Just love it. I think it's funny. Okay, so now we're ready to put power to the aircraft. First thing we're going to do is bring up our battery power. So you'll just lift the guard here, click the switch, go to auto. Now, this will say available, just like it does. Well, let's see if I can zoom in any for you. See how it says available? So if it says that, then you can click on it. It comes on. Now, it's not onto the electrics just yet. Then we got to click the bus ties. Make sure they say auto. Utilities, make sure they say on. And then our gen disconnects here on the outside, make sure they're on. with the words off. Off is because the generators aren't running on the engines yet, because engines aren't running yet. And I'm going to reach over here real quick, turn the no smoking on. We are fueling, as you can tell right here. Okay, so at that point, folks, we are powered up. Now there's one last step to do. It's up here. We got to just basically click on the guard. It goes up, puts the emergency lights in armed. Okay, then I go through, and like you've all who follow me know, I am going to put things a few steps further to start cooling the aircraft down, start getting it ready for people to come on board. So we're going to move the forward, mid, and aft cabin switches to auto. It's 12 o'clock, as you can see there. Trim air, left and right recircs will turn on. Cabin temperature will go to auto as well, and I'll turn my packs to auto. Even though it doesn't matter, I go ahead and turn on my center isolation just to make sure we get air flowing. Then I come over here and turn on my electronic engine controls and my electric hydraulics, the C system 1 and 2. And that's it, folks. That's how we power up. That's how I power up. Okay, then we're going to move on. Now, the aircraft is loaded. I can let you know that right now. Two reasons. One, I don't hear any noise in the background. And I don't know why it makes that noise and not people coming on in the passenger version, but they didn't ask me. But also, our fuel's loaded. That's what's the other tipping here. So, we know we're loaded. Now, come up here and set your panel lights to what you want. And then I come down here and I turn this one, it says panel, all the way over, and make sure the first officers is set that way. Anything else you want to do, folks, set it up the way you want it. That's how I set my bird up. Okay, now we move, make sure the position, wing, if you want them on, and a logo. Now, a lot of guys will turn this on, obviously, at night when they're doing their exterior. During the day, it's only used to make sure does the bulbs burn. That's it. Then we're going to move up and we're going to start this. So first thing I'll do is come up to the IRS modes up here, and I'm going to move the bottom knob to HDG. You'll see why here in real quick second. Then I turn the first one to align, making sure we're on DC or on battery. That way we know if the engines fail us, the generators fail us, and the engines are still running, however it works, we're going to still have good navigational source to go with, as well as our coordinates. Once it goes from on DC to align, move it to nav. Now we're going to go to the center one, align, and it takes a few seconds here, folks. But the reason we went to heading, that's how many minutes to alignment. Now, those of you that fly PMDGs 747 and 76, it tells you in a window what the time is to align. That's how you do it. 737, 757, 767. So, there's a nice tip someone passed along to me that I pass along as many times as I can. Airbus, whole different animal. Okay, I've got on DC, and any moment it'll go to align. Okay, there we go. Okay, so they're up and going to alignment. All right, so moving on. Now with them in that position, we can actually come down and get working on the FMC, or we can get the overhead panel set up and then come down. I choose to get the overhead panel. We got 6 minutes to work with. We're going to put the yaw dampers on. We're going to make sure C1 and 2 are on. They already are, but we're going to make sure. The engines left and right are off. We're going to turn the demands to auto. That finishes that board. Come down the middle, check what we have open. Cargo doors, entry doors. ELT is guarded and armed. When the guard's over, it's armed. I have no idea what this timer is for, so we skip over it. Coming down again, our battery's on auto. Make sure everything looks right. We're going to keep the APU silent until we get through getting the FMC ready to go. Then we'll bring it on. Then we're going to tell the flight attendants and the ladies at the desk out front, bring them aboard. Not yet, though. And then, of course, check the cockpit recorder, which we can't in Flight Factor, and our panel. Now, moving up here, we can turn our cargo heats on. Doors are open, but the heat will just go out, which is fine. We don't want to touch this. This is the ram air. That's the item that comes down if we lose electrics to power us up. Okay, and we are on a odd day, so I'm running on an odd number for my ignition system. I'm going to use the system 1, and I'm also going to use pressurization 1. That's over here when we get to it. Currently, the fuel pumps are off. They'll stay off. Now, you can tell I like this one better. It tells me right here at the fuel panel what's in what. Nothing in here, so we leave these off when we're ready to fire up. Any ice obviously stays off at the moment. We make sure it is. Wipers are off, then we come back up to the top. Coming down, we turn the windshield heaters on. Feel free if you want to play with it. It ain't going to sound anything like it does in LDS. Here's our flight attendants. I'm going to go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign on, so when they do come on, it's already on. Next up is the pressurization. Again, we're on auto 1. It's an odd day. 1, odd. And I've got our departure field. No, I don't. That is incorrect. Dun, 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 dun. 432. There we go. Here's Seattle. Just in case we come back, the landing altitude is set. Once we get on the way, we'll switch it to Anchorage. Equipment cooling is in auto, and we'll set these. I just set them to 12 o'clock. And this one I set to bright. Logo's on. We're not locking the flight door yet. Again, we've already got our climate control set, our forward, aft, and middle set, trim, and left and right recirculating fans are all on and set. Cabin temp set packs are on for the moment. They'll go off for engine start. And we'll go ahead and turn on left and right isolation valves as well. And that, folks, takes care of the top. We still have 4 minutes to alignment. So I'm going to bring up the FMC. Bear with me as I get them both set up here. Try to keep them about even. And I'm going to go ahead and get a couple more gauges ready. Go. Okay, so on the FMC, disregard McDo. I think they do it just to make me laugh every time. Click FMC, check your model, check your airnac, check your engines. They all match, they all look good. Go to the pause INIT. Now we're going to put in our departure airport, KSEA for Seattle's SeaTac. Okay, hang on here. I'm working a little bit of multitasking here. All I did is I clicked the line select here, put it right in here. Click route. Seattle's at the bottom. Papa. Oh, I did not want to do that. Go back. Papa Alpha November Charlie. Flight number for today, RCH18. Okay, and then we're going to go to the next page. All right. Okay, hang on a second here. Way too many mice over here. Got to get a cat one day. Okay, so we're on the Banger 9 for departure. And if, let's see how my stream is doing it. Okay, Victor V35, hang on. I will see what's going on here on the moderating screen. Oh, I don't know why it keeps doing that. All right, so there's our route. I wish I knew. Looks like, let's see, are you still? Okay, it looks like you're good to go. I don't know. Okay, the only thing I can think of with it catching you is maybe a lengthy statement there. I don't know. But yeah, you should be good to go now. And I do apologize. I'm going to go in here and really work on these bots. They're a little too mean, I think, in some instances. All right. So we are looking at a flight plan of ARRIE. So that'll be ARRIE. Okay, and that's going to hook us up to the J523. To me, this is much easier than Airbus. And I'm sure the Airbus guys will tell us how easy it is for them because they're so used to it. And that's, you know, and that's exactly what it probably is. Yes. AZ. Then we're going to go on to the Q801. Over to YZP. Then from there, hop on the, nope, we're going to Fried. Then we're going to hop on the, what is it, Joliet 804R. Again, it's under VIA. I believe that closes out at MOD. Yes. Okay, and that's basically our flight plan, folks. Oh, dang it, did it again. DO, right? MDO. I always get that one. Oh, I got rid of my airway too. MDO. There we go. Activate, execute. Now you all are going, why didn't you check that? Well, one, I've flown this route Seems like a million times, but it's a good route. I love it, and I know it works. But we're going to check it for those of you curious. So what we do is we come down. First thing we got to do is put this into plan mode, and that's this knob here. Takes our HSI, electronic HSI, puts it into where we're seeing the plan as we click through. Now from this screen we can't see it. Go to legs. We're going to step through it. So we don't have our arrival. Well, let's go ahead and put that in here. Banger 9, airy. We're going to go off 3-4 right. Execute. There you can see it drawn out. Oop. Okay, there we go. So now we're centered up on 3-4 right. And like I said, just click into step. And I'm going to bring up another thing we can use here. Get a couple of stones here taken at the same time. Just got to resize it here. Hang on. There it goes. And let's... Okay. There it is. So now we have FMC, HSI, and the charts program. So what we're going to be doing is verifying everything. And that's not so easy for me. It will be here shortly. We're going to be making some more changes here as my other computer is on life support. But for now, let's take a look at that Banger 9 departure from 3-4 right. We're going to climb 344, runway heading roughly. At or above 932, direct DODVE. And we're going to track to rural. And there we got to cross at or above 3,100 feet. That's where all the runways aim for. So we got to be at or above 3,100 feet. Then we're going to go to Tacoma. Okay, and then as depicted, which is Tacoma, Bream, Banger. And at Banger, we're above 10,000, and then we're out to transition, okay, which is, in our case, airy. We don't have a altitude to worry about, so let's go with all of what we learned here. Hang on, we'll set it this way. So there we go, DODVE, that looks good. Rural, Tacoma, Bream, Banger. And then out to airy. Whoop, whoop. And then out to Towel. That's really, you know, airy to Towel is a all right, so so that takes care of charts on this. There we go. All right, so now we're just going to follow out. I don't really have a good flight plan, so we're just going to make sure nothing is out of whack now. Okay. Or there's a discontinuity. Okay. And there we go, folks. There's our final fix. Now, we do have an arrival. It is the Peters 3, I think it is. Let me pull up something here. Peters 3 arrival. So, oh, I never got rid of it. Wow. Okay, there we go. Now it's gone. So, and we'll go through that once when we're in flight. We got 3 hours to go, folks. So there we go. Let's bring that back to nav. And let's bring that back to the beginning. And do a route copy. Oh, I hate it when it doesn't put the runway in here. Oh, well. Now let's push on for the perf. All right, so zero fuel weight's real simple. All you do is click the line select next to it. Now, we said we're going to run with 9.7. And basically what that's saying is when we hit Anchorage, we're hoping to have more than 9.7 or 9,700 pounds of fuel because we need, here, let me just recite it here real quick. We need 4,038 pounds to get to Kenai. Once we're at Kenai, per FAA, we got to have our 45-minute reserve, which is 5,700 pounds. So that's why we're set there. Now, the cruise altitude is 36. Oh, you just have to put 360. It knows. 25, I believe. Yes. And then you could try RVSM or just put in what you want, 2,000. RVSM just gives you a 2,000-foot step climb along the way. If we were going to to Osan, Korea, that's critical because you're going to have to stair step up to then get over to Korea. As the aircraft lightens up on fuel, you'll be able to get higher altitudes, theoretically, into better winds. All right, then we go to the performance. Then we go to the actual takeoff page. I'll bring up another program I use. Not that one. Okay. Oh, good. I love it when it works like it's supposed to. There and there. Okay, this little program is called TOPCAT. Takeoff, let's see, takeoff and landing performance calculation tool. Anyway, their idea of a cute name for it. Anyway, here it shows our basic, loadout. Peoples, how we broke them down, weights. All of this should match. Now, what we're going to do is come up here. Now, most of this you're not going to be able to see. I'm going to click Takeoff Landing Report. It brings up a second page. And I'm going to learn how to get this to do that so you can see it. We're going to update the weather. Yeah, weather's still good. 060 at 6. We got 10 miles of visibility, so hey, things are getting a little better up here in the Puget Sound. Now, I run in the 7.6 with a thrust rating of TO. A lot of people will run optimum. I don't know how to set TO1, TO2 in the aircraft, so that's why I do it. Here's our winds and all. We will not need anti-ice. If it was raining, I would turn it on. And then all we have to do with this information put in correctly is go to ACARS, takeoff data. And again, I wish you could see this, but it's bringing up the strip that they would get from the ACARS machine. And basically, we're being told flaps 5, 65 degrees. But let's go to the next page first. Winds 060 at 6. And I put 06 to be safe. Outside air temperature 20. Next page brings us right back. Click the line select by the CG. That gives you that. Now our thrust degrees in Celsius, that's what you get from, wrong strip. There you are. 65. And we're doing flaps 5. Now I'd go to here and select reference speeds, select on. Basically, it just what's the computer saying? Okay. Now, what did ACARS, the company that that they would go through to get this data? 140, 141. Wow, it's off by a little bit more than. So we'll go with that data. So 140. 142, 147. Well, at least that one's right. Or close. I mean, the others are far off, as you can tell. And then we're done. Pretty simple stuff. We're going to go ahead and put it back in here. Come into the middle. Let's do some quick sets here. So 147 plus 10 is 657. And I got to get okay, so looking at Sim Toolkit, we're at 432. Oh wait, no, wrong number. Heading 344. We're blasting up to 36,000. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn my flight directors on, and that's it. That's basically yet again another step. They do it in the checklist here does it before taxi. I do it before anything else. Okay, we are now ready to fire up the APU. So if you have any questions, any comments, anything, oh, looky here. Jay Drums, welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy the 3-hour ride. Okay, get that in climb. Alrighty, so those are set, and let's head up to get the APU fired up. So here is where we would turn the fuel pumps on. No fuel in the center, so we just do the wings. And let's go APU on. Come back down to the middle, and you can see it's beginning to spool up. Basically, it's first we get the flap open, and then it's going to completely, go into spooling up. And by flap, we're talking right over here, folks. And then when we cool down, the engine itself will cool down. Once it shuts down, the flap will shut down, will come down. Okay, let me come back to the middle here. We're at about 95%, so give it a couple more seconds. Let it stabilize. Okay, we're stable, so let's go up. Continue that checklist. Okay, so now we're going to go to the generator. And we're going to disconnect from the ground. That flicker is expected. Make sure our left, right are on, and center isolation valves. And our external power is off. APU bleed air is on. All right, so that gets us set up, folks, to get this bird ready to go. Okay, so let's go back outside. Kind of keep it at this so you can kind of see everything going on. So you can see all the little gadgets and all that the developers put into it. We're going to begin to get rid of it. So we don't need the fuel truck anymore. Don't need the GPU or the ACU. We're on. The LSUs can go away. We can come over here to airplane and click close all. Okay, everything's closed. You can even see that the door is closed here. And come back into the airplane. Whoops. Let's go ahead and call our pushback. We use better pushback. We'll just click start pushback.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
Second, we'll click delete. All right.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right. Once we see him about to hook up, we'll get the chocks out. And I can hear people going, "Oh my gosh, he remembered the jetway." Okay. And he's here. I can hear him below us. Let's go ahead and pull the chocks. We don't have to worry about gate config. We'll end up in one up in Anchorage, so let's just leave it as is. And I'm going to go ahead.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Beacons on. All right, so all doors closed. Let's go ahead. One last look. Okay, all the doors on this side, all the chocks are out. The nice thing with better pushback, if you forget the GPU or the chocks, it will get rid of them for you. Everything's closed. Ground equipment's coming in, left and right packs. We'll go ahead and turn those off. It is a requirement to have those off to start. Tow vehicles here. ACARS is started. Parking brake will go off when he tells us.
Tow's connected. Bypass pins inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
And folks, I'm going to do one thing before I push. I forgot. I'm glad I did this. Let's see if anybody's here. One other thing. Bear with me a second here, folks. Okay, make sure your microphone's on and make sure this is pulled out in white. Then flight plan, fetch, J, file. Okay, it looks like nobody's up in the Puget Sound right now. I'm going to verify. Yep, nobody is there, so we can push safely. Okay, parking brake off.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
All right, so we'll do just as the man said. We're lighting them up. So to do that, first let's clear the gate area. And I'm also going to get this caution out of here. All right, so we're going to start up number 2 first. So bring it to auto. then ground,
Clear
G&D.
traffic, Skyhawk 67 Alpha Zulu, entering downwind at 45 for runway 33, grill traffic.
And of course, it's too loud. See how that does. Sorry, folks. Got to get back down here and kick that on. I'll show you with the next one. Sorry, folks. Got distracted. Okay, that flickering now. Engine number 2 just came onto the electrical bus that goes through the whole plane, and that's what the flickering. It took it off APU, put it on Gen 2. Same thing will happen when we go to Gen 1, when we fire that engine up. Okay, real quick, here's what we did. We go from off to auto to ground. That starts the spool up process. When it gets to this red line, magenta line, whatever you want to call it.
Grill traffic, Skyhawk 327 Alpha Zulu, turning left base for tree, grill traffic.
Oh, I hate it when it's this loud.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
All right, so now, once we hit that red line, then we come down here and introduce the fuel by clicking it to on. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, we're on ground. Engine spooling up again. We're looking for that red line.
Grill traffic, Skyhawk 327 Alpha Zulu on final for tree, touch and go to grill traffic.
Okay, and we
we're
are
disconnected.
spooled
Signal
up.
pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
There's your flicker. We are now on, both gens are now running the electrics on the plane. There goes the tug. We're going to watch for him to show us the pin here in just a few seconds. Boom, there it is. So he's holding it up. All we can do is more than likely he can't see us. We'll flash the lights at him. There we go, folks. We're started up. It's pretty much that simple, folks. Now we'll go through the after start again. Parking brake is set. Tow vehicles away. So let's come up to the upper panel. Let's get the engine pumps on. For the hydraulics. Okay. Keep checking everything. Now you can see they're in on with no other wording here. APU is still on for the moment. Not very much longer though. Coming down the next one. The cargo heats are on. We don't need anti-ice. Wipers are off. We're good there. Lights are off. Coming down the next one. Okay, so we're looking for... Next is the bleeds. Again, just checking everything, making sure engine bleeds on.
Grill traffic, Skyhawk 227 Alpha Zulu on left crosswind for runway tree, grill traffic.
Okay, people just gotta be on the radio. Okay, so left and right pack are in auto. We can now turn off our APU bleed as well as the APU itself. And then we'll get the generator off. And that's it, folks. That is the startup procedure for Flight Factor's 767. Just moving on here to before taxi. Okay, let's come down to the middle here. First thing, we're going to get the auto brakes right here to reject takeoff. We're going to set our altimeter. Which here is not what I wanted to see. I don't want the Q and H.
Good traffic, Skyhawk 237 Alpha Zulu, midfield downwind for runway 33, good traffic.
3006. Let's zoom in here, show you a little something here. Okay, so you can see parking brake and all, the gen is off. Let's spool up to 306. Now we have altitude disagreed. That's because this one on the captain side is different than the one on the first officer. Bear with me 1 second. This set screw right here is a hot click spot for you. If you click on it, now you're going to see the message go away and the first officer is now set. So that's one of a couple of click spots. The other one is this set screw here. That's your toga when we take off. We'll show that here momentarily. All right, so we're ready to taxi. Left and right VOR is auto. It's about to get turned off. I really hated VATSIM when they gave this ability. It really is irritating. Anyway, left and right VORs, make sure they're in auto, and they are. Flight directors are on. We already did that. MCP is already set. 157 is our climb out speed. However, we're going to use 140 for V1, 142 V rotate, 147 V2. We have 344 and 36,000 for our climb. Coming down to our stab trim. I'm going to have to do it this route because I can't read the numbers. And I'm going to leave it centered because we end up coming up on it. Speed brakes are down. Flaps to 5. And folks, we are going to get the radar turned on now. However, we're not going to turn it on any of the EFIS panels here. EFIS is set for 200 for our decision altitude on both sides. Range at 20. It's on map, both sides. And like I said, terrain and weather radars are off. And then we just have to do a flight control check. And again, we'll use it in the middle, but we're just basically making sure that when we put full input in, it comes back to center. Okay, elevator. Then our rudder.
Good traffic, Skyhawk 227 Alpha Zulu, clear of runway, tree, good traffic.
Okay, and we're going to taxi. Okay, here we go. Get out of this area as quickly as we can. All right, so here we go, coming around the horn. All right, so
Auburn traffic, 6 Bravo Bravo is turning right, entering mid, right downwind, entering midfield. Auburn traffic.
now where we parked here in SeaTac, it's close to the military check-in. Now the military uses airlines such as North American, but they also use Delta, American, United. You pick U.S.-based airlines for what's called the Civil Reserve Air Fleet. And they fly basically with the C-17s, C-5s, C-130s, moving people around the country or around the world. And in this case, there's this thing called Patriot Express. And it's basically MD-11s, 767s, 747, 777s, flying from Seattle to Anchorage. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. Anchorage, then over to Japan. They could go into Yokota, any of the bases there, bring in these families in, or individual troops. It's like for those of us that were in the military, think of it as Space A. And then they round the horn, basically, out in the Pacific Rim. They go down to Guam, they come back to Hawaii, come into Travis, back up to Seattle. So you can kind of see the circle, and they also reverse it, and they, in between it. They're not always the same stops. Then there's one that goes out of Baltimore that swings through Europe, maybe down into the sandbox. I don't know anything about that, so I can't 100% confirm or deny. So, but anyway, that's what, in essence, we're flying here, although it's a special mission, Sim Air Force. Kind of gave me, and I'm one more leg after this to do is Anchorage to Seoul, Korea. So, and it's taken us a lot longer than the real world. All right, so we're coming up to the hold short line here at 3-4 right. I'm going to go ahead and punch the parking brake, and we can do the before takeoff parking brake. So we're going to get the speed brakes off. Runway lights will go on once we're on the runway. We're going to go ahead and set the auto throttle to arm, LNAV, VNAV to arm, and transponder to TARA. Okay, and we are set to go. Now, I am going to be respectful of those out here. Okay. Yeah, I text it. I'm sure people don't want to hear me blathering across the radio. Wish more would take that attitude. It would make things so much nicer out here. Hence why I turn it off a lot of times, folks. It'll start a flight and then it'll go away because I just can't take the nonsensical noise. All right, so you're pushing back. Okay, Victor V35. We're at the hold short for 3-4. Let me just see if there's anyone else out here. Yep, go right ahead. We're taking the runway. I gave people a lot of time there to tell me they're, oh my God, I'm short final. Don't get on that runway. No. And as you all saw, the Banger 9 is a pretty simple departure. Actually, I really haven't run into too many complicated ones. All right, so let's go up here. Let's get those landing lights first off. Will it let me? No, never does. And here we go. Okay, takeoff is pretty simple into 767. Take her up to 70%, which is pretty much this little line right here. So if you get even with it, go toga. And then down the runway we go, and kind of just like this. Straightening out. 70%, we're stable, toga right there. I really hate it when it does that. Okay. V1 and rotate are pretty close together. V1. Rotate. Okay, gear up.
Traffic, left 560, passing the runway 340 right.
I got an upset flight attendant, so hang on a
Clear
second.
traffic, Skyhawk 337 Alpha Zulu, departing runway 33 for a west departure. Clear traffic.
Oh, here we go again. All right, and we're going to go ahead and get on the autopilot and let it take us through. All right, so flaps to 1. And we'll get the flaps up. We are ready to climb out of here. All righty. Right over the Boeing field. Okay, after takeoff checklist. Autopilot is engaged. Landing gears up and off. Exterior lights at 10,000 feet go off. and flaps have been retracted. We are climbing out at 240. I love seeing that it sets to 240, keeps us from overspeeding on those of us with virtual airlines, or in my case, special ops group. And we are showing on the map. All right, so let's get out here. So, welcome to everybody out in the chat. I have, looks like, for features and totally not Ty. Hey, welcome aboard. Hope you're having a great weekend.
Urban traffic, Skyhawk 227 Alpha Zulu, about 5 miles out, approaching from the east for runway 34, urban traffic.
I'm going to satisfy him in a second. I just want to get one feature going here, if it'll work. Let's see, that would be... Nope.
Shadow traffic, Alaska 558, taking off runway 34 right.
Okay, we are through 10,000, so that means the lights can come off. And I'm going to go ahead and scoot our range out a little.
Urban traffic, Skyhawk 227 Alpha Zulu, flying over airfield for a teardrop into left downwind for 33, urban traffic, 34, urban traffic.
Perfect. Okay, so we got everything going there. Now, the dinging you hear, this one real gets under my skin real quick with F. Wish I could turn this guy off. Now there's way, oops, I didn't want checklists. So, there, that'll make him happy. My apologies that you have to, well, let me see if I can turn him down. Forget that all the time. Can't hear him much now, can we? Ah, I like that. Alright, so we'll close that out, and we're going to climb on out of here, folks. Let's take a look outside the plane. Scenery looking pretty nice. Which, for mountains and all, like I've said on previous streams, I think X-Plane does a phenomenal job. City-wise, at airports or coming in, they're getting better. I think they're starting to realize they got to get some of this going. Especially for those guys in those Cessnas, you know, they got to be able to see their landmarks. Or, how else do you fly VFR? Yeah, I noticed that too. Some Toolkit was kind of... Let me take a look here. Where are we? Yeah, it still shows quite a bit of rain, and I'm in like clear skies. So, I don't know. Not bad. Not bad at all. Scenery's looking pretty good. Yeah, he's still going. All right. Let me get this to legs for now. Now we should, yeah, we just crossed it. Okay, well, actually a little bit ago. Let's zoom in again. Now we got to set it back to standard. Again, we're going to get the disagree. Click the little set screw and it sets it up over there nicely. And then you have to just manually set that. But folks, we're set. We're in flight. Hope y'all enjoy the ride. I am going to be nice to my passengers in the back. Turn off. Oh, I turned the strobes off. Stand by. There we go. Get the right switch. Oh no. You mean you allow? Man, I like your airline there, Victor V. You let them stay up and let them roam around. That is awesome. Okay, so we're not coming back, so let's set for 150. There we go. And, well, just to make sure he's happy, we're going to do some more announcements. Oh, that I don't like. Bear with me a second here. I don't know if that's gonna help or not. Okay. Oh, that's a nice shot. Wow. Yeah, I need to get ortho. Hopefully that engine sound's not mine. I was just saying what a great airline you got there, because you're allowing your people up and about when you're taking off, where most are strapped in, 5-point harnesses, the whole 9 yards, sucked into their seats. And maybe we'll let you up to go to the bathroom once we're in flight. All right, where are we here? Coming up on 30,000. Now looking behind me here, oh, actually on, where are you? Sim aware. No, that's not me. There's me. I got you back there. Oh, about probably about 20 miles or so, which is good. That'll be good spacing for us into Anchorage, so in case they come online. Yeah, we are on our way. Oh, you're right behind me? Oh, hang on a second. All right, let's see here. I don't see you behind me, but then again, VATSIM, I think only paints 10 or 20 miles behind you. So, boy, that is a really nice scene right there. Holy mackerel, the whole US 1 terabyte? Whoa. That's a lot of stuff. All right, well, we still got the moon in the air. I can see out the cockpit here. Let's go ahead, see if I can play some music and not get into trouble. Better yet, we're going to go a different route. Oh. Huh, I thought I had that down there. Well, heck. Hang on a second. Whoa, what do we got going on here? Wow. Melvin Leroy, Fly DC Jets, Ryan Falls, 93. Man, we got a ton of subscribers. Thank you for coming aboard, folks. We sure appreciate it. Oh, Victor V. 35 also. Oh, we're gifted subs. Who gifted? J Drums, there you are. You gifted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subs. Thank you, sir. I was getting ready to see if you were still lurking out there, and yep, you are. Thank you very much for those gift subs. It took me a little bit to go back into the chat to find out what happened, because all I see is a lot of things lighting up on my screen over here. It'd be so nice when I get this all tagged together and working the way I want, since the other computer is becoming pretty useless. That's okay. That means we're improving the stream and not detracting it. Yeah, we should get a good tailwind up here. Let's see, because I know the jet is in the area, so the jet stream is going pretty much south, hooking a little bit to the north. So our average winds that SimBrief said was one, and this was as of 1612 Zulu, 167 degrees at 43 knots. So we're going to get a good push here. I'm using a program now for music that I haven't used in a while, folks. It's Pretzel Rocks. And mainly, I'm tired of Twitch and YouTube saying, you're not using proper music, yet I am. And it somehow gets gigged, or it's something I wasn't using at all. Let me turn it down a little. There we go. Oh, excuse me there. All right, we're coming up. We are now level at 36,000 feet. We're going to punch up here. Let our peeps in the back there start a walking. Make sure I got that set right. Packs are on. All right, hang on. I've got a lot of messages going out here. No, they actually do them more automatically. That I'm a... Oh, Nightbot is trying to do something here. Hang on a second. Let me intervene before it does something. Let's see. Ground speed. We are cooking at 481. Doing about Mach, what are we doing? 77, which is weird. We were getting 80 out of it on another route. So yeah, we are about the same speed. I'm just kind of watching on the moderating here, trying to figure out why Nightbot is still giving problems to Pretzel Rocks. Okay, I think we got things, well, for the time being. Austin Bully 32, welcome into the chat area. Hope you enjoy the ride here we've got going on. And hope you're having a great weekend. Currently, we are, as you can see there in the chat, Seattle to Anchorage. Currently cruising at 36,000 feet. And about 2 hours, 15 or so, give a couple minutes away. Alright, let's make sure no ATC is snuck up on us. No, it has not. Yeah, when J Drums gifted all those subs, I thought we got raided by one of the GA guys down below us, because I think one of them may be flying that was subbed. Melvin Leroy, but I'm not sure. But anyway. Boy, sure appreciate that, J Drums. All right, so well, I took 3-3 because when I did the flight planning on this Victor, the winds were favoring 1-5. Now, this is Alaska, folks. Things change in a sneeze. You could literally sneeze and the weather is completely 180 degrees from what it was before. And then sneeze again and it's back to the way it was. That's why I love flying up in Alaska so much. I remember reading accounts of World War II pilots, especially down in the Aleutians in that part of the war, talking about they would count the storms they pass going away from the airfield to their bombing target, knowing they had to pass that many storms to get back. So uh-oh, your plane isn't turning. That is a bad thing. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I see. You got it. It is turning. Okay. And speaking of which, let me take a look on SimAware. Here, let's go ahead and bring that up for us. It's not like we have a short flight here. Sorry about that, folks. I pushed it too quick. All right, there we go. So now we have SimAware up. Sorry about that. And you can basically see the aircraft out here. I'm not going to hover over any in case they don't want to be on the streams. But I believe that this one right here is mine, actually. Yeah, here's mine coming out over Vancouver, and then 3 others nearby, all wanting to aim for Anchorage. Anchorage, Seattle is a big route. Alaska flies, oh my gosh, a dozen a day, and then there's a couple that milk run through the southeastern part. By that I mean starting here in Ketchikan, working their way up to Juneau, and then maybe direct or into Juneau and work their way up through here and into, ton of work goes on in here. Now Delta's up there and someone else. But anyway, it's just amazing how much traffic goes between Seattle and Anchorage, let alone the cargo traffic. So, like I said, I have flown this route so many times, and it's always a busy corridor. So, even on VATSIM. Cool. I'll be interested to see how your flight plan works. I just wanted to get the more direct run. Like I said, this whole flight could have been heading to Osan right now. I just decided that I didn't feel like being up till 1 o'clock in the morning for touchdown. Yeah, right now, I'll get up, maybe a beam of Prince Rupert here, and I'll start looking ahead as to what current conditions look like in current forecasts. But right now, I'm set up for runway 15. Now, I will give you 3-3 is a fun approach. If you fly the VNAV, I think it's a VNAV, RNIP, VNAV, whatever they call it. It's a circle land. You spiral down. It's really cool. I've flown it a couple times. You got to be on your game though, because man, wow, things come up quick sometimes on it. Flew it in the 747 once. That was so much fun. All right, let's go ahead, pull this away. Okay, let's see. Well, if you're flying something with an FMC, you could just load it in on the FMC, or work it out. But it's a fun approach if you dare to try. So I think you go from. Oh, I'd have to look at it. Let me take a look. Yep, it's an RNIP. Okay, hang on, let me pull it up. You know, instead of us just talking about it, let's pull it up. We got plenty of time. Okay, there you go, folks. You can now see it. So basically from, and we're not going to get into all the top. We're just taking a look at it. This is runway 33, folks. If you're coming into Anchorage and you want to have some fun, Hopper at 8,000. I told you, got to be on your game, or Zyron. But Hopper is the one you do basically a circle to get in. You start at 8,000 because remember, it's a lot of high terrain in this part of Alaska. 10,000 foot mountains. We're going to come, if the weather clears off, and I think it will, we could come down a pass, which is, I mean, it's really cool. When me and the wife went into Anchorage 10 years ago, oh, we came down. It was so cool. And then I'm sitting there trying to figure out, okay, he said we're going to land runway 15, and nothing's looking like what I remember 15 looking like. That's because they'd switched to runway 7, so they actually did an arc to 7. So that made it even funner that I was a little bit off on where we were. It was a great, loved going into Anchorage real world. It's actually an RNIP approach, so star and approach together, if you will, because you just go to Hopper, Sulin, and then loop around, and you can see you're dropping altitude all the way around him. Murky is 2,200 feet, and you are only 6 miles from the runway, so you're gonna have to really work it to get it in there. It's a fun approach. I had to do a go around the first time. Then I came back, hit Zeron, and then shot it. Was fine. I forgot Wolak coming up from. That was the easy one. But yeah, dare to try. It's a great. Nope. It's its own arrival. Let's see. What would be a good... Yeska, I think, might work good for it. I'm going to leave it up for y'all here for a second. Let me go over here to Sky Vector. Yeska would be good. That'll take you over to Hopper. I'm just looking at the high altitude charts. We switch into TAC. Yeah, Yeska 5, I believe it is, would be a good one to try on that. I think they're at number 5. Oh, that's right. I forget. Oh, they're number 6 now. And then from Yeska, you would go to Hopper and come in. And then Yeska is not one of my favorite approaches for anchor or for star purposes. But it all works. I mean, it's going to be, for me, it would be Middleton Island to Sobaj to Yeska. Then you would go over to Hopper. Make sure you make your altitude at, what was it, 8,000? There, let me see. It's my chart. 8,000, and then go in from there. Okay. How many caps did you put out there, Victor V? Let me get back here and clear that. Two minutes? I don't have any that are set up for 2 minutes. Who did that? Why do they keep reverting back? Ah, really? And sorry for that, Victor V35. I've taken that off of you. I am never going to get a grip on these. Yeah, you know what? I'll do it the easy way. Okay, that one's disabled. Alright, hopefully that stops it from doing all of this crud. Ugh. Alright, hopefully that works. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and pull that off here. And out over the far western reaches of British Columbia. Ah, I have 3 aircraft headed up towards Anchorage. Myself, ASA, what was that, 4? No, 558. And Han Solo decided to drop in behind us there. Solo 1, what's up? Yeah, I'm gonna figure out what the heck is going on. I'm gonna have to rewatch these videos about 1.5 million times again and figure out why I can't get my spam set up right to try to help in the moderating. The only reason I'm using Pretzel Rocks is it's all copyright-free music, so I don't have to worry about the moderators at Twitch getting twitchy, thinking I putting out copyrighted material. Although Flying with Mike is copyrighted. Well, let's go ahead and there we go. We'll go ahead and just put that out there for y'all. That way we can kind of maneuver the aircraft as we head out over the ocean here towards Anchorage. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, you would, from your direction, Hopper, I believe it is. Well, I see a day ago a M-A-U-J-I-O-R, Mayor. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but he followed, or he or she followed our channel. I do appreciate the follow. Just catching up on some things I missed going through here. I remember Ted 9193 chiming in right as we were closing out. Where the heck did I fly last time? Oh, into Barcelona. Got myself all turned around. Perfect. Yeah, I'm going to start thinking about mine here. Let me see what kind of weather we're looking at up here. That's cool. Alright, whoop, wrong one. Let's see, weather. Oh. I am just going to stay on my 1-5 approach. Worst case scenario, I'll switch over to the 7s as I get closer. Probably, if I have to go to the 7s, 7 left. All right. Let's see. Been one of those kind of days. Sure. I'll give you an idea where I'm going to be parking here in a minute. Just going through, catching up on all my Discord channels. I'm bummed I wasn't able to make a FedEx event last night. But that's what I get for working. But at the rate JD Drums was gifting subs, maybe we could get enough subs out there and that would support a new line of work for me. Because I know J Drums has a whale of a project he's looking forward to getting underway here soon. And we at Flying with Mac will be, or Flying with Mac, Flying with Mike, sorry about that folks, will be supporting. Oh, that's interesting. I'm on my Discord program here and I see Victor V. You know how it always tells you what program or game you're playing? You're playing Sim Toolkit. Didn't know that was a game. It's always fun to see what they show up here. It's weird. Yeah, it is a whale, all right. But it's going to be definitely a learning process for this guy. Alright, let's take a look up here into Anchorage. Where do I want to park? Actually, where am I first? Alright, well, I am going to have to start thinking about my arrival into here. Okay, so first up, so y'all know where I'm heading. Let's see. I think I'm gonna head to gate November 4 for y'all. So that'll give you a ballpark area on the north where the terminal is. That northern part of the terminal is where I'll be parking. So, all right, so let's do this. Take a look in the aircraft here real quick. All right, we are 700 miles out. Okay, so let's see here. Professional flight planner, what are you saying? 290. Well. It's an hour old, so let's get it a little bit closer. And then we'll begin programming up for our arrival. Okay, let's see if that works. Still doing some... Okay, so that worked. Okay. Okay, there we go. Got that hopefully set up now so we can run. Well, if you pass me, try not to take all the salmon at the airport restaurant there. I'm a little hungry for it. Just kidding. You must be gaining on me. That's what it sounds like. What are we doing speed-wise? Well, we're up to 493. I've been hard at work with the bots here, trying to get them to behave. All right. Hal Ryder. Paulina 93. Welcome to the chat area. Hope you're enjoying the ride from Seattle up to Anchorage. We're going to be getting into the arrival brief shortly. We got pretzel rocks rolling for music right now. And you're seeing the music as they come up. I hope you're having a great weekend. And sit back and relax. That's what we were trying to do here. Be thankful. We really were thinking about it, but we decided not to pull the trigger, and Seattle to Osan was the thoughts. We cut it off in Anchorage like most airlines do. But welcome aboard. Thanks for giving us a try. Okay, so where are we in the world? 660 miles out. Okay. And again, for those of you flying along, we're going to be parking in the northern terminal parking area, gate November 4. It's on the south side of that building, kind of close to the end there, so plenty of room up there. Of course, when we get there, everybody's heard this, and they're going to swarm it, and we're going to have to end up finding another gate. All right, we'll bring up the charts here at least. Gate November 4. Just so we kind of have agreement here. Runway is right over, I don't know if it is past this taxiway parallel. Here's the northern terminal. We'll be right there on November 4 or thereabouts. Pretty simple to find, and by the way, I'm going to be landing, still planning 1-5, but I got a feeling the weather is going to tell me, no, you're not. So, we'll see. We're giving it a little bit more time here, and then we'll have to make our decisions. We may be switching from the Peters arrival into the Yeska to head over to Hopper, and in on the fun RNIP for runway 33. Okay, so let's clear the board here. Okay. Okay, it's starting to become crunch time. Yeah, we're gonna have to decide now. Winds are just not gonna play nice with me today. Looks like we're gonna have to give that a try. Alright, so I have decided to run with everyone else. We're going to come in on runway 33. Okay. You just want to do the landing. Yeah, I've just decided, well, it's, you know, the only runway that favors. I really don't know how to shoot in on the 25s. So I don't even know if there's any approaches for the 25s. Just visuals. So break overhead. There you go, J-Drums. That'll work. Technically, I am flying for Sim Air Force. You said to mix it up. Alright, so let's get in here. I'm going to bring the chart up here so everyone can see. We're going to do what's called the Yuska arrival. And then the transition will be over to Hopper and in on the 3-3 arrival. So here we go. Clear as mud, I know. That's why I brought the chart up. Alright, so let's first get the right star going now. Okay, so here's the Yuska arrival. There's really not a lot from it. Now, the big thing with the Yuska is technically you're supposed to go up to the TED VOR Anchorage and then your approach. We're going to circumvent. We're going to go from Yuska. So we're going to go Middletown Island to Sobaj to Yuska. And we expect vectors to final approach after Yuska. So we're going to be basically at Yuska turning. So let's plug in Yuska, Middletown, and then we're going to search for the RNAV runway 33, and let's verify. And we're going to go to Hopper, H-O-P-E-R. Execute. Legs. Execute. All right, so how this should look out now. Okay, so Middletown, Sobaj, Yuska. What I am going to check here also. All right, so Hopper is showing at 8,000. What's a item 2? Procedure not authorized for arrivals at off of the Victor 320 440. Okay, so we're not coming in on those, so that's not an issue. So we're coming in Tevu, Saloon. From here, I saw one where there it is. 210 until Herky. So at Sulaim, we're at 210 all the way around to Herky. There we begin our slowdown to what our approach speed will be. We'll get that here in a moment too, so fun times ahead. Okay. Okay, Yuska and Hopper. Let's get on Anchorage. Okay, so as long as we come over Yuska at or above 8,000 feet, it looks like we should be okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. So 10,000, we'll call it 10,000. I don't know how far Hopper is off that 12 miles. So what I'm going to do is set that for 10,000. And this for 8,000. Okay, so everything appears to be loaded properly. So Hopper, Tavo, Sulin, Julin, Jemet, Kamlo. Okay, so Herky is 2,200 feet. Let's put that box on. Hang on a second. Minimum altitude box on is 1,200 feet. That's going to be put in here solid. Now, what's the actual weather conditions? Few clouds 2,000, few clouds 6,000, broken 20. So we should be good weather-wise. Visibility 10 statutes, okay. Go. So those are my hard altitudes of 2,200 feet and 1,200 feet. So we should be good for the arrival. All right, folks, we're programmed in for runway 33. 563 miles out. Now, while we're in pre-plan mode, Okay, 320 at 5, temperature 17 degrees. And we got a dry runway. Auto land. Oh, no, not auto land. Okay. Oh, it's because I'm set on 1.5. Okay, headwind of 5, crosswind of 1. Okay, so we're looking at well, thank you, Pool SCLOS, for the follow. We love having you on board. Hope you enjoy the stream, and I hope you're having a great weekend. Feel free, check us out on our Discord channel, and that way we can talk or chat, however you want to call it, texting-wise, over on the Discord channel. The ref will be... Where are you? There you are, 132. Approach 137. But welcome aboard, Pools SCLOS. I will be right back. I gotta get some coffee. Alright folks, I'm back. Sorry for that little delay. The dog needed to be let out. Or I should say horse. It's only 125 pounds. Alright, so let's move the charts program out of the way. Yep, not a problem, not a problem. We're gonna all get to Anchorage, whether we like it or not. No. Yeah, we'll make it in there here shortly. Looks like we got about 50 minutes or so. We're trying to piece us together what we're coming across. Okay, it's like about abreast, by a few hundred miles, of course, Juneau. So we'll see how this all works. But this will be a fun arrival, that is for sure. I remember how much fun it was trying it in the 7.4. I just remember now the key is speed on it. I am using a, well, it's Saitek, now Logitech. They bought them out. X52 Pro flight control. So I have both flight stick and throttle. Very much set up like a fighter. I have not. I would love to get my hands on a honeycomb yoke. Well, if everyone else would give me a chance. No. But my only problem I'm seeing so far with honeycomb and me, I saw 1 or 2 streamers, throttles on top, and my hands would almost be, well, higher than where they are right now. I'd like them down lower, more to what I remember when I flew back in the mid 80s, Cessnas and Pipers. But you know, hey, if some reason I had some, I'd figure a way to make them work. No problem about that. Yeah, but that's what I use. I used to dabble in DCS, but I've had such a hard time getting it to reload on my old computer that I just said, you know what, I don't want to even try. So that's where it sat. It's basically a friend gifted me some stuff. I bought some stuff. They were working great on a computer prior to all of these, and now they don't want to play nice together. So, but FSX is another one I used to love. It's on my old computer that's on life support right now, basically relegated to PDF display for checklists. But like I said, that monitor is going to be coming over to this computer here soon. I just got to get it set up the way I want, if I can get it set up the way I want, so it doesn't take up the rest of my desk here. But isn't that, though, when you think about it, the story of all of our lives? We just don't have the room. Even a friend of mine who has an airplane in his garage won't have enough room. Alrighty, let's get in here and fuel 19.8, that looks good. Alright, I'm going to do this again. Hang on a second. Probably did not do that right. But anyway, we got the fuel tanks balanced out without too much consternation there. And let's really pay attention now to weather in Anchorage as to making sure it stays clear. Okay, for the most part it is. Okay, and precip 17 should be okay. So we're not going to be running with any anti-ice. That's what we're looking at right now. Tamsy048 or 0408. Thanks for following Flying with Mike. We sure appreciate it. Hope you enjoy everything here, and I hope the weekend goes well for you, and I hope you've had a great start to it. But welcome aboard. Thanks for following. And I hope Archaist and Chat Fantastic, Forfeitures, Howrider, Paulina 93, sorry, it took me a little bit there. I hope y'all are also having a great weekend. I see you out there in the chat room lurking about. Hope you keep it safe, and hope you enjoy Flying with Mike. Alright, let's keep checking here. We're now 392 miles out. Alright, let's do some updates here. Okay, we still got about 20 minutes till the next METAR update. Alright, so everything appears still same numbers, 132 for VREF at this point. We'll get in about another 20 minutes or so. Give it a check here and see if our weather is updated any. And I just see I got an email. See what the latest is coming out of X-Plane. Well, if you're and I don't know whether they're good or bad. I've heard a lot of negative, but I have heard some positive on the JAR design A330. Don't know much about the A320. I fly the Flight Factor one. As well as, I guess I didn't know they had the 777 as well. There's a sale, it looks like, on for 'em, so those of you interested. One thing I did catch over at flightsim.com, and one of the I'll call it a, no, I'm not going to call it flagship, one of the aircraft we come to get used to when Microsoft would release a sim, the Grumman Goose. Well, I guess they didn't release it this time with it. So I see a Widgeon out there, which is the version prior to the Goose, came out. Just kind of odd, there's things that, were omitted, like the DC-3 and so forth. But anyway, yeah, that's about all I saw there in the news from X-Plane and Flight Sim. So hopefully, as we push into now, as we call it here in the States, the dog days of summer of August, and everyone starts winding down from the summer, and I don't really know if you want to call it winding up for school. I don't know, JD Drums, what's your daughter think about that? Oh, you're going to be the one probably winding up. I should have been thinking on that one before asking. So, hopefully, I hope y'all are having a great start to your weekend. Anchorage is about 300 or so miles away. So, fun times ahead. Alright, I think as we pass this next fix, which is Snout, I believe Middletown Island is next. Yep, it'll be Middleton Island. So, and that, folks, is the initial for heading into the Yuska 9 arrival into Anchorage. You're getting turbulence over there, Victor V. I know you're not on the same route I am. You're hugging more to the islands of the southeastern Alaskan islands. Oh, you're back out over the Gulf. Never mind. Well, I know when I look out at mine, we'll do it again. Well, right now it's not doing it. Now you can see a little wing flex going on. Nothing like about a week or so ago, flying into Florida with the 7.6. Man, those wings looked like a big old bird of prey just flapping in the wind, and I mean they were flapping. It's like, oh man, trying to find the wing flex controls on this plane. All right, now I know I started to say it, and I've said it a couple times when I've flown this. This was an airline that came into the airport I work at. It's Scott Air Force Base, Mid-America Airport. It's just outside of St. Louis. They used to come in when we were building up troops into the Middle East with their 767 and 757 fleets to take the troops over. Granted, we also saw United, Delta, U.S. Airways, ATA, World Airways. I mean, Omni. I mean, list them off. We probably saw them from U.S.-based carriers. This one I always loved, mainly the tail, seeing that American flag on it. There was one, I want to say, and I don't know the tail number, where the whole tail was the American flag, not just how you see it segmented there on the tail. But I always loved the look of this airline and everything they did. So, and they actually had some scheduled routes. Let me rephrase that. They had routes they flew, and other than the charter that I'm now learning about. And man, what an airline that was. It's a shame though, when 2008 came through and the gas prices went sky high, higher than these guys fly. It pretty much took a lot of independence, if you will, out there, both in all segments of transportation. And yeah, it wasn't a great year. Oh, someone took runway 7 right. Okay. All right, so we're now showing about 158 miles out of top of descent. Just gonna do a real quick check of my charts. Yeska, where are you, Yeska? Oh, I didn't put that one on here. All right, so looking at this in a different angle, yeah, things should work out pretty good. This would be one of those, you know, where I would like to work at Anchorage and see if there is a way to watch them shoot this approach. I'm sure you get into the turn again sound. And folks, those not familiar, that's one of the two sounds that surround Anchorage. And it runs down the southwest, or south to southeast. Then you got the rest of the inlet that runs up to the north. And it was really cool when we were in Alaska. We took the train from the airport down to Seward, and we followed that all the way down till it basically ended, and then we cut through the marshland there and then up over the big hills, big mountains. It was really cool. Into Seward. Folks, you ever get a chance, you ever want to see something, and I know a lot of people will say, well, I live in God's country. Till you see Alaska, especially right there in Anchorage. I mean, I'm not going to say Anchorage, but I'm going to say around it, you're going to go, holy crap. And especially down in southeastern Alaska, which is actually one of the largest rainforests. I'll let that sit for a little bit. Anchorage to, oh yeah, that would actually be a good run. Oh, really? They don't make a stop anywhere for fuel or any, I mean, I know the 400 can do it non-stop, don't get me wrong. But they don't make a stop so they can really load down heavy on that flight? That is really cool. But yeah, folks, the southeastern part of Alaska is unbelievably green. And when you look at the latitude and what winters are like there, you just scratch your head. How is that? Well, they get 300 days of rain. You thought it was bad in Seattle. National Air Cargo does that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I used to fly for the virtual airline that had that name as well. Yeah, great airline. Couple of 747s, couple of 757s, and an A330 now. But yeah, Alaska's a great place, folks. I can't get the wife convinced to live up here, but you know, hey, can't have everything. But folks, if you're looking for God's country, it's right up here. It is unbelievable. All right, so we are now 120 miles out. Our next checklist, by the way, folks, starts up at 80 miles. Let me see what I can do here. I may not get you the one I use because of it being a Navigraph. But if you go, not that link. Scott, hey, why are you being such a pain here? Mouse, thank you. Finally getting where I told you to go. All right, let me... Oh, well. Oh, 6. Durr. Okay. Trying to get this. Hang on. Man, it's been a while since I've done this. Oh, there it is. I knew I... Alright, what I'm going to do is share you the link to SkyVector, which, and I'll kind of walk you through it. But basically, this is the... why do I want to go from the Bahamas over to Africa? I think. It's GVAC. I don't know that one. And neither does SkyVector. But once you get there, click PANC. When you hover your mouse over that green dot, click on it and just hover over Ted Stevens and scroll down to the RNIP. You'll see it there, RNIP 33. And if that doesn't work, I have a second one for you here that hopefully... Whoop, whoop, whoop. That'll put you right on that chart. Yeah, I use SkyVector a lot. It's basically how I take a plan from SimBrief and see which one I like when there's a arm load of them. Once I figure out which arm load ones are valid for this RNAC cycle. Okay, so we've crossed 80 miles. Let's get into it. All right, so we'll keep the seatbelt sign on. That's our first checklist item from top of descent here. Now we're going to go to the FMC, over to initial reference. We're going to do a quick make sure here. Yep, we should have new weather. Keyword should. And now it's 27006. Still good. But we're let me one more time. A few clouds. Okay. Here, let me bring up what I'm looking at here as well, since my bot does not want to play nicely with it. All right, so 270, 10-mile visibility, few clouds at 2,500 feet. So could be a little challenge maybe in seeing the runway, but we'll get in there. At least on the first or second pass. But anyway, packs. Okay, we're going to do packs on, anti-ice off. This is a manual landing. We're going to use auto brake 3 in flight for computing. Still 132 and 137. Okay, plug those in. We don't have an ILS frequency, so we can't verify anything along that line. And auto brake as required. We're going to set, like I said, to 3. All right. Let's come down to the EFIS stuff. Looking at the chart here for tree. 463, 342. We'll go with our setup as we are. All right. Okay, and finally, we'll let her drift in a little closer. And we'll set our initial to 10,000. I'll probably get over Modesto and then set it. Well, we're glad you're home too, J Drums, able to fly with Mike. Hopefully Hazel's taking care of the passengers in the back. The very, very nice moon. Oh, let's take a look outside and see what we see. See, we were seeing the moon over here. Is that in real life you're seeing the moon? Where are you, by the way, where do you live there, Victor V35? Out of curiosity, been talking to you here for the last couple of flights and not sure where in the world you hail from. Costa Rica. You know, I should have known. You ask for the route and that's where you are. Awesome. So it's obviously not in the real world that we're nighttime and seeing the moon. That is a beautiful moon up there. All right, we are, I think, yep, we are starting to see some of Alaska ahead of us. That looks like we're just crossing Middletown. Let's see what we can see out the windows. All right, set 10,000 feet here real quick. Okay, we're about 20 miles now from top of descent. All right, let's all right, we're coming up on top of descent now. Okay, we are 10 miles out. I'm going to go ahead and initiate. Okay, as we continue our way down, just kind of watching, making sure everything is going here great. Want to welcome everybody hanging out in the chat room there. Love to see the turnout. I am Phil MC. I see lurking about. Again, Archaist and Howrider, Holland, welcome aboard. Hope you all enjoy the arrival into here. It'll be a unique approach. It's one I haven't done very often, but I always enjoy trying it out. The RNAV approach to runway 33 here in Anchorage. But welcome aboard. I hope you all have a great weekend in store, and it's been going pretty good. Here in St. Louis, started off with some rain, but we are not going to argue with the temperatures back down in the 70s and 80s today instead of the 90s pushing 100. We'll take it anytime, even if it means a little bit of rain. Oh, and I forgot to mention, humidities come down a lot too. All right, so we're on our descent path now. We're heading down to 10,000 feet. The goal is to be at 10,000 feet at Yeska. Then we're going to drop down to 8,000 for our initial. You want to land already? Well, I'm starting down, so we're through 30,000. So we're getting there. Solo 1 is behind me, in his little jalopy behind me. That's Jay Drums that you see every now and then chatting in here. He's coming in as well. That scenery's starting to look kind of interesting, so I'm going to pop my head outside the airplane. As the glaciers start to come into view. Interesting fun fact that a lot of people don't know, back in the mid-60s, massive earthquake, one of the, I think still the strongest in the North America, hit Alaska at 9.5 on the Richter scale and set off a massive tidal wave in this region right here. Took out many of the towns, Valdez being one of them. Folks may know Valdez from the big oil spill about a decade or two behind. But anyway, this area was really decimated. I mean, it's remote. There isn't much to it. So, but massive earthquake here, and Anchorage suffered a lot of damage. So, it's a little bit of history there we're flying over. That tidal wave went all the way down to LA. I think Honolulu got a little bit of it too. I'm not sure about Japan and all, but I do remember him saying something about a 4 feet rise in water in Los Angeles. All right, so 25,000 feet. Let's see what the computer says we're supposed to be at Sauvage. 17,000. All right, well, we'll hope for the best. Keep an eye on that. 25. We're going to go ahead, kick the seatbelt signs on now. And yeah, we'll let the guy in the back do some talking. Well, you were one of the more liberal ones, letting them walk about during the takeoff, and then you make them sit for 3 hours. Man, what a captain. As my dad would say, Southwest would love you. Southwest Airlines, that is. All right, let's dial in the range here a little bit. All right, so I kind of hope I get down to 10,000 feet a little ahead of Yaska, so I can, one, make sure we're below 240. I may even set us slower to make sure we make those speeds. Uh-oh. No, I saw you a couple times saying that. Where are we up here? All right. Well, I'm about to make a Sobaj, so hopefully you two work out the spacing behind us. Oh, what a way to make an entrance into the Anchorage area with this music. Okay, we're going to go into a sterile cockpit now because I'm starting to get a little nervous. We're not going to get down low enough. Oh, we came across at the right altitude, so we'll go into the sterile cockpit. Looks like 10,000 is going to be right before Yeska. Okay, so that'll end the music. And let's see what we have ahead of us. Well, I see some of the clouds we're starting to get close in on. That is very nice scenery. Okay, get to 10th. Okay, we're through 18, so let's zoom in here and set 4. Altimeter is going to be 3014. 3014. Which Authority E0244. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate it. Where you can get the altimeter from there, Victor V, that Sky Vector, that green or whatever dot is over the airport you're going in, you can hover over it. It'll give you the METAR. Asterisk METAR and the IKO will also give it to you when you're on a stream if they're using, you know, Sim Toolkit. Sim Toolkit can give it to you as well. So, all right, so we're coming through the clouds here. Hopefully no granite cumula ahead of us. They're the kind of clouds you do not want to fly into because you usually don't get to fly out of them. Okay, so and if you look in the chat room, there should be the altimeter setting. I brought up the weather METAR for everyone, so I didn't check the time to see if, oh, it's not about to update, so we got another 30 minutes or so. Okay. But yeah, welcome aboard, the Twitch Authority _ Echo 0244. Appreciate you having you aboard, and hope you're having a great weekend. All right, no granite cumula. We love that. You fly HPA, so you're talking like a 102 something or another like that? Basically for inches of mercury, I forget what it actually shows up as. Let me see what mine shows. Yeah, INHG. It's 30 dot. HEPA for here is 1022. Actually, I'm beginning to slow down. I'm actually getting to Yeska and need to slow down. So we're, yeah, mine is showing 1021 or 22. All right, looks like it's time to announce. Here we go, heading down to 8,000. And I'm going to slow to 220. Oh, we're not descending. Oh, we got it. Anchorage traffic, reach 18 over Yeska inbound for Hopper and the RNAV 33 approach runway 33. Lights on. Going to RNAV. Okay, coming up. I'm going to switch in a little more.
As a calling aircraft arriving in runway 33, we have you on our TCAS. Looks like we're going to climb above you, so we should be no factor.
Okay, so we're slowed. All right, so continuing. Lights on. Nose gear, speed brakes, RNAV will not be doing. Okay, we're at 220. All right. Quick refresh. 2,200 feet for the next one. Okay, and I'm slowing to 210 now. All right, folks, I'm slowing to 210. I know I'm a little early on it, but it's always better to be safe here. And I am able to kick out 1 notch of flaps. We're going to go 2. Okay, Hopper is turning at Hopper, making our next descent. Down to 22. Okay, here we go. All right, okay. Suline is coming up. I believe it was maintained 210 to Herky. And reach 18 is over Sulin, entering the turn, 360-degree turn for the runway. Okay. And sorry, I've missed a lot in the chat room. Just trying to make sure it's flying like it's supposed to. Okay. Oh, sorry if I coughed in your all's ears. My apology. Okay, we're through 4,000 feet, halfway through the turn. Actually, a quarter of the way through. Man, there's a lot more clouds than I was expecting. And basically, if you're having trouble, basically let it fly the RNAV. Let the computer do the work for you. If you're, you know, that's what I'm doing.
Anchorage traffic to Havilland 26 Whiskey Tango. The Havilland float plane will be entering a right downwind for the left water runway at Lakeland.
Okay, we're coming up on GMOT. Next up, Camlo. Okay, we're finally through some clouds. Again, Herky is when we're supposed to be at 2,200 feet, and we can begin to slow up for the approach then. Actually, I could start slowing now if I wanted. Camlo, I'm going to slow to 180. Outside air temperature 17 degrees, so we're good with no icing. Anchorage traffic, reach 18s over Camlo, gear down, lining up for the runway. Okay, here we go. All right. Next notch of flaps. All right, we're going to be and flying here in a minute. Gear down, spoilers off, and armed. Slowing. Okay, here we go. Flaps are coming down more. All right, we're about lined up with the runway. At least according to the nav display. I don't see it yet. Say 137, okay. Oh, well, maybe. I think I may see the runway, but I'm not certain. Okay, flaps are coming full. Okay, got the runway. And Anchorage traffic, reach 18 has runway in sight, gears down, cleared to land.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Pull up. 500.
Alaska 558 is doing 360 too high for approach.
Minimums.
Landing. Long.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Anchorage traffic, de Havilland Waterplane 26 Whiskey Tango, right downwind, west water runway, Lakewood.
Anchorage traffic, reach 18's off runway 33 at Tango. Taxi to North Terminal. All right. Fun landing as always. All right, so kill that and that. All right, so lights on. APU coming on. Flight director's off. And
26 Whiskey Tango, short final, west water runway, Lake Hood.
okay, let's see here. Where are we at? Auto brakes, speed brakes, left and right flight, auto throttle. We're good to go. Strobes. Okay. $50. Oh my goodness, really? Oh wow, 54 feet of man. And there's a couple airlines I'd like to turn that into. Well, if your FMC froze up, there's always the 7s. Oh, I see Solo coming in. Nice landing there. Nice landing, J Drums. I know Hazel was flying. I know.
Factor 558 is on final runway 33. If needed, I'll go around.
Up, I see you out there on final. Looks like runway's yours. All right, let me get my focus here on getting in. Nice job. Nice job there, Victor.
Factor 558 has vacated runway 33, taxiing to Bucky. All right, shutdown procedures. APU bleed on. Generator on. Lights are already off. Yep. And wing lights will go ahead and turn off. Flaps are up. Up. Yep, they're up. Spoilers are down. Transponder. Okay. Parking brake on. Engine selectors off. Fuel control to cut off.
pumps to off. Hydraulic pumps to off. Let's get a jetway coming out. Nice job, everyone. Nice job. I love that approach. I'm kind of glad y'all talked me into it. Okay, so we got the jetway hooked up. And we are unloading the aircraft. Switch over to the GPU. Well, folks, that was where am I going next? I don't know, Mr. J Drums. Right now, the wife is on her way home from St. Chuck, so we'll be going out to dinner when she gets here, I'm sure. So that I don't know. But we'll definitely let y'all know. But we thank you all for flying. Let us, just because this was so much fun, let me first. I'm going to be coming off VATSIM for y'all, so that way I can do some reverse here. Finish. And file. And Sim Toolkit. Finish. All right. Let's roll the tape back a little bit. Okay, and let us let's watch it as we come over Yuska, headed for Hopper, and into the approach. Nice. Oops, I'm going way too fast. Nice, 70 feet a minute. Well, J-Drums, I'm not sure where we're going to go for food yet. I'll be totally honest with you. Wow. Wow, that was actually pretty nice. Wow. Haven't seen that in a long time. Pretty much right on the center line, too. Let's take it out one more time. Huh. Wow. Well, we're going to go one more time out. We're going to get a tower shot, hopefully. Uh-oh. Oh, the tower shot is going to be useless. All right, folks. Well, I want to thank you all for flying with us today. It's been a pleasure. Want to thank J-Drums for all of the gift subbing today. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Victor V35, thanks for flying along, and thanks for everyone who came along and followed us today. Folks, it's been a pleasure flying from Seattle to Anchorage. If you do like the broadcast, you'd like to see more, click follow. That'll give you an email every time we go live, letting you know where we're going from and to, and maybe what we're going to be flying. But for now, folks, I hope you all have a great weekend, and I hope it's been great. Keep it safe, and we'll see you again Tuesday. Thanks for flying with Mike. God bless, and we'll see you later.